Okay, so here I am. What I'm going to talk about is a project that I'm going to be doing from zero. So I'm not going to be copying and pasting a lot of things. I may reuse some DSP code, but then I have to port to a new code that I want to use with SSE and some other things. And okay, so let me first try to explain the project that I'm going to create. So it's going to be a wavetable synthesizer, a virtual synthesizer, and it's going to be polyphonic with an option of monophonic, and I'm going to oversample a lot. So I'm going to use a very quick SSE code with an option of AVX code. And why SSE and AVX? Because I can work with multiple voices almost in parallel, getting a bit of extra power from the processor. I'm not going to explain a lot of that because there's a lot of videos about how SSE and AVX works, but in short, it runs faster. And if you run faster, we can oversample more, and it's not going to kill the CPU if you use multiple instances of the plugin. And maybe this can be also be used as a base for other plugins that I can work later on. But the idea here is to have a wavetable plugin with ADSR envelope, so attack, decay, sustain, release, and with a clip option. The clip option can get you some kind of hold effect to the envelope, so it's very neat. And then I'm going to be adding as I go and coding as I go. But I'm going to start from the near zero, basically using C++ and JUCE framework to code the whole thing. So I have made a list here, and I'm going to put this list on the description of the video on site, ported to YouTube. But I'm going to put this here on the chat, I guess. Later I can also put this on the video description on Twitch. But basically I'm going to get JUCE, then I'm going to download the source files for JUCE, and I'm going to have the Microsoft Visual Studio installed, which I already did because it's a very long install. So first let's take a look at JUCE site. So JUCE is a framework which allows me to work with multi-platform. You can see here on the side it is iOS, Android, Windows, Mac, OS X, and Linux. I'm going to be working with just Windows for now. And as I go, I can show how to work with OS X if you guys want, but mostly I'm going to be working all Windows. But then I can compile to the OS X, and thanks to JUCE framework, it's just going to compile without any problems. So JUCE, you need a license, sorry, to work with JUCE in a commercial project. If you're doing an open source non-commercial project, you don't need a license. And let me see here on the side. Okay, get JUCE. I already have a license, so I'm not going to be doing this part now. But you can check here. For personal use, you can use for free. And it adds a splash screen when I'm using for personal usage. So I already have a professional monthly account, so I don't need to worry about this. But if you want to make an open source project, you don't have to worry too. So the first thing we're going to do is download JUCE. So I have put here on the description too the download for the GitHub. Just be sure that you are on the master branch. You can use the develop branch, but I don't recommend it because is a branch where they are testing and doing things. So we just clone the download as a zip file. I'm using WinRAR as my tool to extract the files. So here are all the files. So let me open these on my computer. So I have my work here, JUCE 5. So this is the version I'm using. But before we continue, you have to install the compiler. On Windows, we use Microsoft Visual Studio. There are others, but I'm just using this one. It's not expensive. There's a free version too. And if you go to their site, they are going to offer the 2019 version, which works just fine. It's just the same as the 2017 I'm using right now. But they improved a few things here and there, but I haven't updated it yet, but I will. So you just download Visual Studio. There is a community version, if I'm not mistaken, this is the free version. But I think they have the Express version. I was using the Express version. But I think the community is now the one. Oh, they have the Visual Studio Express here. They show download community. So that's the one. But they do offer here Express 2017. I will put this link also in the description for the free Express in FSC Express version. Okay, so it's going to be there too. So after you have JUCE files and the Microsoft Visual C Free Express version, another thing that we're going to be using is the ASIO SDK and also the VST SDK. I have it here. I'm going to put this on my server and offer this as a free download for those who want it. Let me compress all these files here. Maybe this is not really recommended for me to redistribute these files, but the Steinberg site is a bit messy, so I'm going to offer this to you guys. Plugins, extra SDKs. And if they complain, I'm going to just remove it or just put on some other free place. But they offer this for free, so there is no point of me not doing this, because, as I said, Steinberg site's a bit messy when it comes to this. There's also another thing. Let me open another window here. Is the register ID. Because the last time I was trying to do this, they removed it from the site. So let me put this on the description as well, because it's best that you register the plugin ID identification code. Sorry, sometimes my English gets stuck. And you have to have a unique ID, because some hosts don't use the file name, they use the ID instead. So let me put this here on the expansion tool. Register a unique plugin ID for each plugin. Great. And download the extra ASIO and VST 2 and 3 SDKs. Because for some very crazy reason, and I'm saying crazy because, come on Steinberg, what are you doing? They removed the SDK for the VST2, but VST2 is a good format to have, because some older hosts don't even support VST3. So why not have both files there, but they no longer have it. And you have to sign an agreement and jump some very strange hoops to get that working. And I just think that's just stupid, and I'm not alone on that. But this video is not about complaining what they are doing about the VST format. Soon there's going to be another format that's going to replace. And the greater thing about JUCE is that you don't work with just VST. You can work with other plugin formats. And well, that's it. I'm uploading now. I just hope it doesn't break my video. Okay, here I am again. So I put this on the description here, how to register the unique ID and how to download the extra VST files, because you are going to need this to compile your first plugin. If you're just creating a standalone application with audio, you don't need to worry about this. But since I'm creating a plugin and also a standalone application, I'm going to worry about both things. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. Let me think a bit. If you guys have any questions about that. The extra SDK file is still uploading, so give it in around 6 minutes. It's going to pop up here when it has completed. So since I'm streaming and uploading, it's eating half my bandwidth. Well, if you're starting today, I will say do both, because a lot of older hosts don't support VST2. And when I'm working on my own music projects, I don't even bother about VST3, because it has a few problems that I don't like. I always use VST2, sorry. The biggest advantage of VST3 is that automation is done on a per sample basis, while VST2 is done on a frame buffer basis. So it can be a bit choppy when you're doing volume envelopes and stuff like that. But I don't use a lot of automation on my projects, and when I do, I use media automation inside my own plugins, which are already sample accurate, even with VST2. So I would say do both, and it's very easy with JUCE. You just download this file here. There it is still uploading. 42%. You just download these extra files that I'm uploading. So let me put correct address here, and it's going to be okay. So okay, let's say you have the JUCE files here. I have my own on this JUCE 5 folder. All the subfolders are here. I have my ASIO files here, and I'll have both my older VST2 SDK 2.4 here. And this VST SDK is the new format Steinberg is using, but for some dumb reason they removed it recently, the VST2 folder, but before it was there, so go figure. But I have both folders here, and the first step is to go to JUCE 5 or wherever name you chosen, go to extras and go to ProJuicer. ProJuicer is going to be the main program we are going to use to build our applications, not to compile, but to build the files that the compiler can understand and will work as a project, and then compile the whole thing. You're going to see in a minute. So I don't have here my original file because I deleted it, so let me get from here just a minute. ProJuicer views, because I was doing some tests, so I mixed my files a bit. So let me put it back. No big deal. At least my computer has SSD, so it's very fast. So we go to the builds folder. So JUCE 5, extras, producer, and builds. So let me put this here on the description. Studio 17. So you go to that folder and you select the correct folder, which in my case is Visual Studio 2017. And if you're working with OS 10, you just go to the OS 10, or if you have the Visual Studio 2019, you go to the 19. And here you just open the project. Usually is the Producer app Visual C project file. I'm just going to double click and open the thing. Okay, so let me write this on my folder. And if you don't know how to use the Microsoft Visual Studio, maybe it's better that you make a short class online about how to use it, because I'm not going to explain a lot of how to deal with that. So the files have been uploaded. Okay, you can download now if you want this file here. And I can put this on the chat if you want. So, okay, so I have my release file here. By default, it's going to open as a debug 64. So I'm just going to change to release 64. And you can just go to build and build solution. And it's going to take a while. In my case, I already have built this file. So let's pretend that I just jumped in time and my file is ready. Usually it goes to the x64 folder, release or debug, depending on the version you have compiled. You go to the app and it's going to be here somewhere. It's not here because I already moved it. But let me copy this folder. Well, let me put this here. Change from debug to release. Producer.exe file will be at the folder. This folder, the folder. Okay. Okay, the description is getting longer. So I have already moved this my work ready file folder. Sorry. So here it is, Producer. Okay, but before you continue, I have to explain one thing. If you want to work with open source file and you don't want to deal with licenses, because if I just open the Producer now, I have to create an account with JUCE at Rolly actually, and create it as a free account for personal use or in professional usage. But if you don't want to do that, you just want to make an open source plugin, there's one thing you can do. If you go back to the Producer files, the JUCE library code and app config, let me put this on the description. If you want to work because if you don't do this and you get the free account, it's going to add a splash screen every time you open the plugin, or everyone open the plugin. But if you're doing an open source, and let me write this, remember that you will must include all the project files as open source in you to download. So you just open the app configuration and you look for this. Define JUCE enable GPL mode and you set it to 1, sorry. Find the following 0 and change to 1. So by doing this, it's not going to require a login at the Rolly account, and was not going to require a license to use, but you must then include all the source files and source code for free with the plugin files or application files. Always keep your water in a bottle, close it, so don't accidentally spill on your keyboard. That's a good advice. So, okay. You will need to recompile the user. In my case, I'm using the professional account, so I don't have to bother about this. So now if I open my ProJuicer file, let me do a new project so it opens the correct window. So, okay, let me minimize everything so it's clear to see. So the first time you open ProJuicer, it's going to open a create new project window. And here you can select the type of application that you want. In my case, I want audio plugin. And by selecting audio plugin, I can work with any plugin format, any platform also, Windows or 10, Linux, and can work with VST, audio units, AAX, and some other formats that I don't remember on the top of my head right now. So let's start with audio plugin. So project name is going to be my project, Wusik ZR. Type audio plugin. I want to go to the work ready folder. And I'm just going to bother about the Visual Studio 2017. I can change this at any time, so don't have to worry about that. It's not going to auto-generate any files. My modules folder where my JUCE file is installed is already the correct one, so JUCE modules. Maybe, let's see if I can do this before anything else. Files. Okay, so file, global paths. Maybe it's best just that we do this first before we create the project, but we can do this later too, but let's do this now. So file, global paths. So you can select Windows, OS 10, Linux. You can put the path to JUCE, path to the JUCE modules. User modules. So I have some modules that I created myself. We are not going to talk about this now because we are not going to use those on this project. But if I create any, I can show to you how. If you later you want to know about how to, I can just explain, no problem. Okay, let me see. VST Legacy SDKs. This is the VST2. So I have put here my folder for the VST2 folder and the VST3. I'm not going to bother about AAX. This is the Pro Tools format, but this requires paid annual license with Avid, so you can encrypt the files and protect. And to be honest, it was a lot of work to do that, and I just got tired of that. I'm not supporting anymore AAX. and RTS, which is no longer being supported. And that's pretty much it. Everything else about Android. The JUCE modules are going to show in a minute. Let me close this up. And I have everything set here. There's not much you can do. Just project name, project type audio plugin, the project folder and the folder name. Auto-generate file is not going to auto-generate anything. The modules folder for JUCE 5. I use global modules path. So I just going to hit create because that's it. Okay, so let me maximize this. JUCE modules, what they are. Each module does one or several things, mostly several things. So you can see here that we already have a lot of modules added to the project by producer. So you have the JUCE Audio Basics. This is a module that handles audio buffer manipulation, MIDI message handling, synthesis, and some other things. Then you have the audio devices for the ASIO support, MIDI support. Also have ASLA, jack, and other things. WhatsApp, I don't know if that's how you say it. WhatsApp! I don't know, it sounds so sushi based. Sorry. The clients, audio processors, which you can enable plugin hosting. So if you're creating a plugin host, like I have done with Wusik SQ200, Wusik P2000, and Wusik X42, they host other plugin formats. You can enable this here. By default, it's not enabled. And then you have the core, graphic basics, graphic extras, and so on and so on. So each type of module does several things. And you can see here, add a module from the JUCE. That not all modules are here. So you have the analytics, which I don't remember exactly what it does. You have the DSP, which has some filters, reverb, and other things already ready for being used. You don't require a lot of things. Product unlocking, video, and that's pretty much it. And I already have my own JUCE modules that are created. One that's not made by me, but I had to change several things to work the way I wanted, is the SF0, which opens SFZ files, and some other modules that are created to handle MIDI and scanning of plugins and bridging of plugins, and also images. I created the very old trick of a pink lines image, where you have a very large image and you add pink lines to determine where the image is going to be stretched and where it's not going to be stretched. I think the guy who created this idea was the guy behind the VAZ modular scene from like 15 years ago. I don't know. Don't pound me on that because I don't really remember. So I'm clearing the chat window. I don't know if it clears for everybody or just for me, because this way I can see if someone wrote something new and I don't have to keep checking there. So, okay, some more water because I'm not used to talking so much, more of typing the whole day. And okay, so we have producer here loaded. We have set up already my global paths. I'm not going to put this on the description because from now on the person should be watching the video and not following the tutorial from a file. But here you can see select exporter. So right now just one because I just selected one. But here on this icon here next to Wusik ZR, sorry, there's a configurations icon. This is the configurations for the project. So project version, let's put 0.0.1. Company name, I'm going to put wusik.com. Copyright 2019. website. I'm just going to fill out a few things. I'm not going to put the email because I don't use a lot of the email. Report JUCE app usage. These you can only disable if you have an ING license or professional license, or if you have compiled with the GPL mode enabled. Also, the splash screen you can only disable with the GPL mode enabled or with a professional license. Everything else here is the same. Audio plugin, splash screen color. If you're using the free version, you can select which type of splash screen you're going to be using, and then the plugin formats. So in this case, I'm going to be using VST3, standalone, and VST2, which is VST legacy. I don't know why they don't say VST2, but I'm pretty sure it was Steinberg who did that. So plugins synthesizer, plugins a synth. Plugin has MIDI input, doesn't have MIDI output, it's not a MIDI effect. Everything else I just ignore. Plugin name, Wusik ZR. Plugin description, wavetable synth. Manufacturer, but I already put it up there. Where is it? Company, okay, manufacturer code. If not mistake, I use WSK. Now the plugin code. For now, I'm just going to put JUCE XZ. JUCE is on my language, sorry. So the plugin channel configuration, this is important. This is the type of settings that my synthesizer can do. So it can work with no inputs and 2 outputs. If I want to add 2 inputs and 2 outputs, I just put it like this. And if I want to make the mono version, I put it like this. But I'm not going to allow monophonic, and I'm not going to allow input, because this product is not going to have input audio. Okay, everything else we don't change. VST category, instrument and synth is the 2 ones that are already selected here. Legacy category synth, okay. Binary data. These we're not going to bother for now because I don't think I'm going to be using, but yes, I'm going to be using. But the binary data is like this. If you want to include an image, a sound, or something, and you want this to be inside the plugins file and not in an external file, you can do this inside Producer. There are ways to do that. I'm going to explain as we go, not right now. But everything else is pretty much okay. So I'm going to save my file here. File, save project. Okay, so it's saved. Now, if I go to my file exporter, you can see that it already created 4 files, which are required for any plugin synth to work: the processor and the editor. So I'm not going to mess with those just yet. First, we're going to go to the modules folder. And no, I don't have to change anything here for now, but if you want to change, you can go to modules and you can click on configurations here at the bottom and settings. And you can see here, make local copy is set to no. So it's not going to create a copy of the modules for Microsoft Visual Studio to open from the project's directory. So it's going to link to the original JUCE folder. It's not a big deal, but it's good to not do a copy if you plan to hack JUCE code. That way, if you do some changes to JUCE code, it's going to stay on a JUCE folder and be applied to any project that you are doing. But if you want to make change to the JUCE's code and don't want to mess with the other projects, it's a bit more complicated because you have to select make local copy yes, but every time you click save, it's going to get all the JUCE's module files from the JUCE's folder to the local folder. So it's a bit complicated. So for now, let's not worry about this, especially because for this project, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to change any files on the JUCE's source folder. Let's go to the exporters now. So exporters, so I have my Visual Studio 2017, have the debug and the release. So, okay, the binary name is going to be Wusik ZR. It's taking this from the project folder, or the settings of the project here. If you click on the top here. So I click release, the binary location. So let me think where I'm going to put this so I can test on my host and everything else. I use this folder, the VST plugin. So I'm going to put this for release and this also for the debug version. One thing that is important, Producer already did this here, it's that on the debug version you can't have optimizations. Sorry. Let me see, this is the disabled, where's the other one? Here, optimizations, disabled, because debugging cannot have optimizations, just in case you don't know. And the release, we have the optimizations enabled, and I'm going to just disable link time optimization because it's very slow even on my very fast machine, and it doesn't do much to help the speed of the code. It does something, but it's very minimal compared to the time it takes to compile. Maybe you can change this before releasing a product and stuff like that. So I'm going to test everything as a standalone application, and then I will slowly start to test as a plugin because it's not going to be a lot of difference. So I'm not going to bother too much about the plugin files here, but you can see here how the plugins files are stored, and you can select the enable plugin copy step, so it copies to another location, because it's a bit messy. Let me show you what happens. Let me open my plugins folder here. It creates a VST and VST3 folder, and it puts the plugins inside there, even if my binary location is set to just VST plugins. It always creates those two folders. So I have to enable the copy step and make it copies here, or I have to make my host look under the VST and VST3 folders too. Just a small problem that I found with Producer. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong or whatever. Another thing that I always change is the runtime library, because Microsoft Visual Studio uses some libraries for a few interface stuff, and I always use static runtime. So this way, if the user doesn't have Microsoft runtime libraries installed, it's not going to make any errors. And I'm going to do the same thing on the debug version. So, okay. This is pretty much what we do on Producer. So I'm going to File, Save Project. Now, the greatest thing about Producer is that I can also add other things here. So I'm going to add an existing file, and I'm going to look for my Wusik logo now. Wusik logo. I think this one is okay. Let's see. Okay, this one's okay, but actually no, I don't want. I want non-transparent version, and you're going to understand in a minute. Add existing file. My logo files. So Wusik logo. I think it's this one. Yeah, this is the one. So I can go here on my exporters, Wusik Visual Studio, and I have to change the icons because it's going to create an executable application file, and I can change the icon of the file. The platform toolset are not going to change. Windows target platform is Windows 8.1. Let me check this if this is right. Let me open my files here to see what I was using before. Exporters. Oh, 8.1. Don't have to put Windows, just 8.1 is going to be good. So 8.1. This is to make it compatible with other applications and Windows and stuff like that. So, okay, I think we're ready. I can just press the Save Open icon here, and it's going to open Visual Studio. There you go. We are inside Visual Studio now. I'm going to change to Release. And let me close Visual Studio because I forgot one thing, the 32 bits version. So let's add the 32-bit versions here too. So I'm going to make ZR6. What's happening? ZR64 for the binary name. So I know it's the 64 bits version. And I'm going to right-click, create a copy of this configuration, and name it this 32 bits and change the architecture to 32 bits. And the same thing for the debug. Create a copy of this configuration, 32 bits and 32 bits. Now I can save and open just clicking here on the Visual Studio icon. Okay, so I have my release 64 and 32. I'm going to close Producer because it's just the way I work. I don't like several things open and take all the space. I don't know, a bit of OCD, sorry. So we have here now the Share Code standalone plugin, VST and VST3. The Share plugin is where we are going to be working. The other guys is just to create the standalone version, the VST2 and VST3. So here in the Share Code, we have the Wusik ZR, the source, and all the files here that we are going to be using. One thing that's interesting, if you're making an application and you need administration access on Windows, you can just right-click here on Properties, and actually I clicked on the wrong place, sorry. Wusik ZR Share Code, right-click, Properties, and you go to C++. Oh, it's not there, sorry. Where is it? I think I'm on the wrong place. Release 64. Oh, it's on the linker. Sorry, it's on the linker. On the standalone plugin, linker, manifest file. So if your application needs administration rights, like you are doing, like I did with Wusik X42 that creates and deletes files on the protected areas, you must add this. So you just go to the standalone plugin and manifest file under linker, and UAC execution level change to require administration. I'm not going to change because for now I'm not going to require that. So okay, I'm going to press F5 to compile this and see if there's no error, and it should open up the Hello World application that Producer creates. So until now, this is very basic for someone that really is starting off. So there you go. There's our application here. Wusik ZR, hello world. There's an options tab with audio and MIDI settings. This only shows on the standalone application. On the plugins application doesn't show. And we can close it and start taking a look on how this works. So first I'm going to take a look at the plugin processor. So plugin preferred channels configurations. Okay, I have defined this, so this is not going to be going to be used. I'm going to remove this because it can confuse me with time. So everything else here was created by ProJuicer. So I have the class constructor. The audio processor is the first class that's going to be constructed when you run the plugin or application. And I have some classes that most plugins have for the host to call, like the plugin name. If it wants MIDI input, MIDI output, it's a MIDI effect. From the command line, well, I have never done that before, but I know ProJuicer, if you pay for the professional version, it has an option to compile inside ProJuicer. I never used that because it's a bit more complicated, and to be honest, I really like to use the Microsoft Visual Studio, so in that I can't help much. But I'm pretty sure that you can do a search and find something about. Let me open my ProJuicer here. But let me see, because there's a building tab here. Download the live build engine to get started. So let's see if it's too big. I never used this before. I'm going to leave this downloading while I explain the rest. Whoa, that was fast. Enable now. No activities, errors. But it didn't find a few files. Windows. Yeah, as I said, I never used this before, so I really don't know. I will take a look this week on how to use this because it's here and some people seem to really like it. So I don't even use the Microsoft Visual Studio. Let me check these porters in here. Because we have here the code blocks. But it's not using the code blocks, it's using something else. Yeah, it's something it's missing. But this ProJuicer here I'm using, no, it's very new actually. I compiled yesterday. Yeah. Yesterday, no, on the 10th, 5 days ago. I'm going to take a look at this later, okay? But it is possible for inside ProJuicer to compile without Visual Studio. So I just want to show you a bit about the file itself, not the compilation process for now. So, okay, you have the MIDI effects, tails, number of programs. In this case, I do want to use more than one program. I'm going to use at least 228 programs. And this we're going to code later so it works correctly. So for now, I'm just going to leave at 128 programs. I'm not going to bother too much about everything else here. So there's a prepare to play code. This is pretty much the reset code, but at the same time is not reset code. It's a bit hard to explain because it doesn't always call the prepare to play the way I want. From what I understand, plugins in JUCE doesn't really support changing of the sample rate in real time. So the sample rate is set when you create the plugin, then it's called the prepare to play, and you do everything from there, like setting the sample rate of your plugin and stuff like that, and that's pretty much it. The prepare to play is not going to be called again, from what I understood and from my tests. So that's it. And the release resources, well, I never bother about this because I don't work with anything that requires that. But if you're doing something that allocates a lot of memory while something's happening and then the sequencer stops, you can call the release resources, that then you know that something has stopped and you can release the allocated memory. But I wouldn't bother unless it's a very complicated thing that we're creating. This other one, the preferred channel configuration, the is layout supporter, not going to bother because since I already defined this on the producer, so it's 0 inputs and 2 outputs. The JUCE code by default is going to set that the only configuration acceptable is 0 inputs and 2 outputs. And here we are on the process block. So let me remove this here and display on my way. I'm not going to have input channels. So the input channels I'm not going to be bothered about. Only about the output channels, which is not going to be done in this way here. But it could, but not. So for now, our buffer are going to clear it up so we don't produce any sound. So okay, the process block is here. This is the one that we are going to bother most because where it's going to happen everything. Because my idea is to make everything using SSE and AVX inside the process block, and I'm not going to be using objects and how to call that? Objects. I'm not going to be using object-oriented programming for this case. What I did my keyboard here. Just a minute, let me fix this. Crap. It's a bit nerve-wracking to make this video because it requires me to talk a lot, to think more, and not say anything stupid along the way. My nose starts to run because I close all the doors here and I have the AC on, but it's a kind of warm day here today. So has editor, return true because I'm going to use editor. Editor is the interface, the graphic user interface. The set state information and get state information is where we are going to tell the host what is the state of the plugin right now. We're going to talk this later on. So for now on, I'm not going to worry about this. This is the normals, copy the normals. It's It's just a call for JUCE to tell the CPU to turn any very small number into 0, because the processor don't like to work with very small numbers, like 0.00001. If you do this times 0.01, it can really slow down the processor compared to times 0. Yeah, sure, please do so, because I don't really know how to explain very well. Let me put this on the file too. Let me see if I should write more in this file, but well, it's pretty much on the video. If you want me to put some name on the description file, like your name or your site or something like that, just let me know and I put it there too. But the normals is a pain in the ass, basically, because you start to make a filter. And let's say you're doing a delay effect with a filter, and the audio just is going down, 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 like a delay does. And it starts to produce a very small audio that's already not recognizable by your ears, but the processor is processing it, and it's entering the normals range and slows everything down. It's a really pain. So let me put this description from architect. Can I call you architect? Architect? I don't know. Sorry. Let me check the file. So this is the file reposted on the chat. Thanks, dude. Well, I'm not going to discuss a lot about the normals issue, but it's basically that audio that is getting smaller and smaller, and then the processor starts to go really nuts about it. So you just put scoped, just put this code there, scoped, know the normals, or anything you want here, because the name of the variable doesn't matter. What matters is the name of the class, which is this one, which is going to tell the CPU to just push things that are very, very small to 0, squash. But why the CPU doesn't do that always? Because maybe we're doing some math for some scientific project that requires those small numbers. That's why. But on audio, we don't care, because it goes very, very low. Even on a 24-bit output is not recording. You can't hear, just that. So okay, I'm going to change a few things here. So I'm going to go to my processor file here. I'm going to just make the way I like it to be organized. Just everyone has its own way of organizing things, and this is my way. So wusik.com. William Caulfield, that's my name. And my actual name is Guilherme, but it's very hard for people outside my country to say that name, so I adopted William like 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago actually, when the internet was invented. And I started to use the email using bulletin board systems. Then I started using William because it sounds more global. So William Caulfield is my German surname, but I'm also Italian. Yeah, that's a mess. German-Italian. Okay, enough about that. I just like to to organize things a bit different than how JUCE does things. So has editor, always return true. I don't have to put this in there. I'm just going to move a few things to this file here because I like to make it like that. It's just a bit of OCD. Sorry if you don't understand. And to understand a bit more about me, I have released a video talking about me, and I have some challenges of my own. I'm not going to discuss this on this video, but if you want, you can check on my YouTube channel. There are some nice videos there where I talk about my personal life. And I'm going to remove all these and put this on my own terms. And you're going to see in a minute, okay? Let me finish this first. There are some things here like this. The create plugin filter, you just leave like that. There is not much you can do there. The create editor is also like that. You don't mess with that one. So the ones that are going to work more is the process block. I'm going to put this on the bottom so it's faster for me to go there. It's just a bit of organization. It's not much there. So release research I'm not going to be doing. Process block, create editor is there already, has editor, get name. I'm going to put there to remove from here, just to be more clean there. Accepts MIDI, return true. Produces MIDI, return false. Is MIDI fact, return false. 10 seconds, return 2.0. Number program 128. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. Each one organized the way you like. Some people have other ways to organize. That's just the way I do. Some people say, that's wrong. Well, I agree. It's just the way I do. But maybe it's wrong, and I don't know. That's why I say I have some challenges. And with time, if you watch my other videos, you are going to understand. I forgot. Oh, I put 2 here. Okay, so the plugin processor, it's pretty much this. We have the processor. The process block is where all the audio and MIDI information is going to be arranged. So you have the MIDI messages, which is going to have all the nodes on, off, and other MIDI related things like controllers, volume changes, and things like that, aftertouch. Yeah, the programs and presets are the same thing. Depends on your background. For me, I use more presets. Some people use programs. So the number of programs is the number of presets that you're going to have for the current bank, because you can load other banks. Let's say here, let me open something. I don't have to open here, I can open it here. So if I go to options, I can load current state, is going to load current state is going to load a different set of programs that I saved with saved current state. It's going to pretty much load or save in a fxb or fxp file. This is the thing that Steinberg created. So what did Steinberg create? fxp and fxb. So P is one program. B is one bank of 101 programs or whatever number of programs. That's the difference between P and B. So this is the Steinberg format for the VST format. So right now I have set my plugin to hold up to 128 programs. What does that mean? It means that I have to create now a structure to hold that because that alone doesn't do anything. I have my class here. My class doesn't have any programming structure. That's the next thing we're going to have to worry about. But before we go there, let's take a look at the second thing, the editor. The editor is here. So we have a class created on top of the audio processor editor. So the JUCE code already does something for you. It's going to create a window. And on the standalone version, it's going to create a window with a menu top bar. So you can close it, move it, minimize, maximize, stuff like that. And on the plugin editor constructor, you can set the size of the window. And on the paint constructor, you can determine how it's going to be painted. And that's pretty much it for this Hello World application. But we're going to talk about this later on because first I'm going to concentrate on the audio, the MIDI, and I'm going to use a generic interface, a very simple interface, and I'm going to explain how I'm going to use the interface as we go through. Because right now, our plugin does nothing. It just sits there like a sitting duck. I could go here and create a very simple sine waveform, let's say, blah, 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 blah. Oh, let's create at 400 hertz. That's a bit low. So I need the sample rate. So let me think now. Math sometimes gets on the way. So sample rate, let's say it's 4400. So that's 4400 samples for 1 second. So if that's 1 hertz, 1 hertz. So that's 1.0, actually 2.0 divided by the sample rate minus 1.0. That's going to get us minus 1.0 to plus 1.0. Not sure if you're following this, but this is just a simple example. So come on, why am I doing static? Never use static on a final product because on multiple instances, this is going to be created only one time. But this is just for testing, so it's not a problem. Height float rate equals. So I think that's correct, if my math is not totally wrong. Now I'll just do sign out plus the array. I'm not going to explain a lot about C++ here because you should really know C++ by this time. If you don't, just do some quick tutorials on the web. It's not very hard. Just take a bit of practice. So what I'm doing here, I create an static variable, floating pointer, sign output. So it starts on center, 0.0. Because audio is always -1 to +1. And the rate I'm going to get 2 because -1 to +1 is a width of 2. So it's 2 divided by the sample rate -1. Now times, let's say 2000 hertz. I think it's a good number. Let's test. I don't know. I'm just guessing right now. Sample rate already to put a double. Okay. So now I get the buffer so far. So I created a small loop here where I'm going to process all the samples for the current buffer that the process block received, because this is how all audio plugins will work. The host tells you, here, this is the buffer. This buffer has 512 samples, and these are the MIDI messages. So now process this and return me the audio. And the standalone application is going to do the same thing. The sound card is going to request the buffer. Here's the buffer for 512 samples. Just return me the output buffer for that. So I create a small loop, which are going to get the number of samples for this buffer, because this can change, especially with hosts like Fruit Loops, where they can change all the time, like crazy. Like one buffer is 1 sample, I'm not kidding. The other buffer is 3 samples, not kidding either. And then even odd, they mix match the numbers. So you can't count on always even numbers, and that's a pain in the neck sometimes. But we'll talk about this later. Right now, we don't have to worry about that. So what I'm doing now is getting the buffer, set sample on the channel 0, because I'm going to worry about the first channel, and the number of the sample on the buffer, and which value we're going to be putting there. So we have to put my sine waveform there. And then I have to do this for the second channel because this is stereo. So that's pretty much it. And when the sine output is higher than 1.0, equals -1.0. Just a very simple code to make it go from -1 to +1. This is not a sine, actually. Sorry. What I'm calling is a sine. It's a saltive. Sorry. I'm getting old. Sorry about that. Saltive. And a very ugly one, but it should work. Let's try this out. 2000, I think that should sound very loud. Audio. Crap. What's it doing? Can you still hear me? Maybe I messed it up with my audio card. What is the audio? You take our audio. Digital. Weird. Okay, let me think. No, it's my code. My code is messing up. Okay, let me check what I'm doing wrong. Ah, really? There is no sign out. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Sorry about that. But yeah, that works. So let's just make the volume much lower. If you want me to explain in details how I'm doing this sound, just let me know. Okay, that's much lower. Now I'm going to change the rate as we go. Because what fun it would be without a rate change. Yeah. Okay, so that's fun. Is it too loud? Nah, that should be okay, right? Let me make it a bit slower. Okay, why are you stepping so much? What did you do wrong? Oh, yeah, okay. Let me see. Why it's stepping? Maybe it has to be a double. I don't know. Huh. That's odd. It's not important, but it's just odd. I don't want it to step. I want it to sound clean. That's just stepping. Weird. Very weird. Oh, it's stepping because it's aliasing. Oh, I can see that it's aliasing like crazy now. Of course. Doesn't matter. This is not important because I'm going to teach how to make an anti-aliasing filter soon, but not right now. So, okay, on the process block, I just created a very simple sawtooth, and I'm changing the rate of it. This is just to test, so we can start with something. But what we really need to do right now, so I just want to comment this out. We can see that the audio is working. We need to first start messing up with parameters. Yeah, that's a very naive sort of no filtering, no nothing. That's why it's aliasing. I forgot that. But I don't remember if JUCE already have some sort of programming. Let me see the data structures. We have the app properties, which is very handful for a properties file, but it's very slow to work with. Since I'm starting a new project, maybe I could check if they have something more interesting to use. So let's take a quick look at the example from JUCE files. Otherwise, oh, why did I click it here? How do I get out of here? Sorry. Otherwise, I'm going to create my own structure. It's not hard, it's just since we are here, maybe we can check it out. I remember there's here we go to producer again, file, new project. Actually, no, open example. That took me a while to understand, but open example, and there is an audio plugin demo. Plugins. Appreciate the plugin demo. Yeah, let's try this one. Appreciate the plugin demo. So where do I save this now? Save it. Select project file. I'm going to put this on documents. Nah, it's going to be a mess. Let me put my work ready folder. I don't know why I use this work ready file, to be honest. I don't remember anymore. But it's there. Use examples. Okay. So let's take a look, share code, refrigerator plugin, source, main. What the heck, where are the files? Yeah, there is not much here. Maybe it's just best that I create my own thing. I'm not going to bother too much about that. Let me take a quick look here. The value tree, because I need something that's very fast to access. But then again, no, I'm going to create my own because we're going to be working with SSE, and it's not going to help me if I use something that does not support SSE. Because if I'm not mistaken, I have a cheat sheet. I don't know how to pronounce that. I have a PDF file somewhere here. Where is it? It was a very nice file that tells how SSE works in terms of latency when working with memory and stuff like that. No, I don't remember. Crap. But that's okay. So okay, let's create a new class here. We'll call it program. I just use this because on debugging it tells me if I did something wrong with that. But what do you have? What do you need right now? We need a name for the program, right? And then we need, well, maybe the name of the program doesn't have to be here. Well, actually does, because we're going to have multiple programs. Yeah, they have to be here. And then we're going to have to need another class parameter. So there we are. We have a parameter. And a program. And a program is going to have a number of parameters. Sorry, no, it's not like that. So we're going to use the owned array. I keep forgetting. Yeah, array parameters. So it's like that. Yeah. Okay. The best thing is not to work like this, not the owned array. How to organize this in a way that is going to go better, because usually I'm just going to put like these max parameters, but that's not good, because if I change or add anything, it's a mess. But then I'm going to use the one array, because that way I have some flexibility on the thing. Because what I have to worry then is if I load a bank of programs that is older, it has to worry about how many parameters are going to be created and stuff like that. So it's okay. So the parameter, what do you have? You have a class to initialize the parameter, and it's pretty much like this. What I have done in Wusik on my other programs, I have created a kind of universal one. So when it goes to exit, I know the maximum number, the minimum number, the rate. Yeah, let's show you here. Max, minimum. Okay. Because this way I can create parameters in the name of parameter. I can. The greatest thing about this is I can add other things there, because we need a number of parameters to start the scene. Like, for instance, the volume, panning, which MIDI channel is going to be using. Just a minute, guys. My fish is acting crazy. Jesus. It's a beta fish. She got stuck behind something there. She never does that. She's trying to get attention, I guess. Okay, continue. So let's start with this. This is a very good basic start. And as we go, I'm going to add more to it. So let's start with those guys here. So when you create a parameter, we have the name, the value, no, actually value is not like this, it's not like this, maximum, minimum, and the rate of the value. What's the rate of the value? Let's say it's a MIDI channel, it's going to be 1. So every time you move the mouse, it changes from 1 to 2, 3. And if it's a 0.001, it goes, how to say that? But I think it's I think it's clear. Sorry, I got stuck. We'll see. We will get there. So I'm just going to go like name. So I'm just copying the values here. And it should be minimum and maximum. Rate. And I'm going to add some defaults in case we don't need. This is very coarse fine tuning. Okay, so this is the parameter. Very simple, not too much to see there, but there we are. Now the program, we also have to create a constructor for the program. Now the program, I'm going to add the constructor outside because this is the one that's going to change more. So it doesn't compile every time. Oh, my lights are flickering. Why it's flickering? I'm going to die. It's flickering like crazy. Are you okay? It's a female beta. It's beautiful. Okay, so this guy here is going to be our program. And now there's the fun part. Now we can create another array. Programs. Simple as that. I just hope I'm not doing something stupid. Because I'm not reusing anything. I don't want to. I want to really start on a blank slope here with this guy. So, okay, a program has a number of parameters. So we have this guy parameter. So let's start adding parameters. But instead, let's create another function here that adds the parameter for us. Because it's more fun. Add parameter. Since we're adding this there, we don't need any more of these guys here. Just so there's only one place I don't get confused with time. So this is the guy I have to create now. Wusik program. Sorry, this goes here. At least I typed very fast. So add a program. So we're going to add programs now. The first one is going to be volume, value 1.0, and the others we don't need to change. And now this one have to change. 0 is center, minus 1.0 goes to 1.0. Now the other features are acting weird. Jeez. A mess. And we also have to set the program name, I guess, but it's not going to be done there. Okay, so we have volume, pen, and let's add MIDI input, the MIDI channel input. MIDI channel input. Just MIDI in. MIDI channel. Because I have to remember VST has problems with the. Sorry. VST has problems because it has a very short size in characters for the automation of each parameter, the name, and stuff like that. Now I remember what I have to do. Now remember. It's missing here, the parameters, because JUCE is using a new format and kind of obligated to use that format, which I hate because I can't do a few things. It's not a problem, I'm going to get there. So just MIDI channel. MIDI channel is going to be 1. Min is going to be 1. Maximum is going to be 16. So I'm going to just do this guy here and add parameters. Add new. That's the name I created. This is the most complicated part. Name, value, minimum, maximum rate. There. Very simple. Name, value, minimum, maximum rate. Okay. And on the constructor here we have to add all the 128 programs that we are going to use. So we're going to instead of 128, let's use maximum programs. In case we ever want to change that, we can. Simple as that, okay? And now, yeah, the programs add. Okay, so this fills up my programs list. Now we have another problem. The plugins parameters. Let me check, because it didn't add any here. I know it uses a new format. Let me check. I'm going to do just a quick search and hope I get lucky. there is a new way, because they changed it. Before you could do it in a way, but they changed it. I'm going to show in a minute. That's going to take too long. Let me open my own application and you're going to understand what I'm talking about. A few months ago, JUCE changed one thing that's very big. So on the plugin processor, I had these extra calls. Where are they? Here. Parent name, text label, and get parameter and set parameter. But I shouldn't be using this anymore because it's not going to be supported anymore. Instead, they changed it to something else. Let me remove my programmer warning message here. Where is it? It's here. Here. Oh, now it's going to show me a heck load of warning messages. And it's ones that I should use. I want to change out. It's very time consuming. But for this particular project, we can start with something new. Here, get parameter is the how do you say that? Deprecated. So instead, we have to use the parameter function. Fix that. But sometimes, you know, I'm 44, so sometimes new things takes me a while to understand. I know it's one of these guys here, the inscription refresh list. The parameter. Okay, but where is the explanation of how to use the new thing? Those sort of things really get on my nerve. Oh boy. Audio processor parameter. Where do we insert this? Oh, it calls another. Okay, get parameters. Okay, sir, I have to add this. Okay, I see, it's not so complicated, just that it just take me a while to understand a few things, but it's not that big of a deal. There is even an example here on a reverb audio source. Okay, I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. Why should I close? Okay, on the wrong project. So instead of those guys, where is the get program? Get parameters. Talk about complicating things, but that's okay. I will manage something. Let me close this guy up. And let's see. Whoop. So the next step is going to open this plugin somewhere to check if the reported names for each parameter is correct. Then you know that's correct. So there's these class parameters. And how to add new stuff there. This is so strange. Okay. Interesting. No, this is not right. Where's the name of the bloody thing? Doesn't make any sense. I hate this. I don't know why they change things up and expect us to just jump through hoops. I could just go to the lazy route and just do with the... Yes, okay, I see that a lot of code is selected that, but where are the name of the parameters? That's what I don't get. Doesn't make any sense. You can see here, if I check the parameters list, it's another thing, totally. Get text, get value, so it's something else. Let me see here. Audio processor parameter. That's what it's expecting. Audio processor parameter, okay. So constant on array audio processor parameter. On array audio processor parameter. Instead Okay, it's not a big deal. I understand. It's just that sometimes when something new is presented to me, I tend to panic a bit. And I can do this. Aha. Let's see what's going to happen. It's not totally correct, but I'm getting there. Parameters, audio processor parameters. Oh, I have to cast. Maybe it's not best that I'll overuse it. Maybe I'm going to have to create two of those guys because it's not going to allow it. It should. No. Let's complain about casting this. It's getting too cold in here. Audio process parameter. I don't want to use 2 times. I hate when I get stuck with this crap. I don't want to use this stupid structure that they have. It's going to slow down my process. I hate this. I change something, but that's the problem with frameworks. You can be very happy with something and then the extrusion occurs. I don't like that. Let's complain more here. Ah, okay. Yeah, I know. Okay. See, I see. That's very clever, actually. Get value, set value, get default value, get negative. Okay, that's not so bad. I'm just panicking, as usually. So let me see if I find the code for this so I can just copy more easily. See, sometimes things doesn't work, but we always find a way. Get the default value. Actually, I wrote there. Oh. Ah, here they are. label. Number of steps. That's nice too. Ah. The only thing I don't remember what it is meta parameter. Okay, that's not so ugly, but I still don't like it. Old grumpy man. Default value. I don't have one. I can create. Just to complicate. We add name. Oh, that's important. Label. Label and name is different thing. Label, if I'm not mistaken, label is how the value of the parameter is going to be shown. Is it? I don't remember now. What's the difference of name, label, and text? Let me do a search. So I know there is a difference. I just don't remember now by heart. Oh, here we are. Okay, I remember now. Let me try to explain. Name is the name of the parameter. Label can be something else, like the parameter is volume, but the label is decibels, I think. And text is the number in decibels. I'm pretty sure it's that. We'll see. I'm going to run some tests and we check if that's the case. We have value for text. I don't have any clue what it is. I never use it. I'm not going to bother with that for now because I have to search what it's all about. I really don't know. Looks weird. So, okay, you have the name, the label. The label should be there too. String name, string label. It's not so hard, but my old code to change to this is going to be more problematic, but that's not a problem. Label, number of steps. I think is maximum plus minimum divided by rate. This max was 16. Let me see. Be good calculator. Where's my calculator? Ah, it's here. What's the crazy icon? What happened with my tile? Piece of crap. Crazy thing. So we have 16 mini channels minus 16 at the top minus minimum. So we have 15 steps. Divided by 1, 15 steps. Okay, I think that's it. Discrete. What the hell is discrete? I don't have some better explanations there. I'm going to use that, I guess. Oh. Okay. Boolean is on and off. I like to use on and off instead. So I have to add these two. This is just for the parameter alone. Yeah, okay. It's working. We're getting there. So I have added the name, the label. Orientation is inverted. I have no idea what's that. And the last one, automatable. Ah! And it's still complaining about what? I can convert that. What's complaining? Okay, let me try something. Because I have to create my own class. Why it's complaining that I don't get it. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. That did work. Okay, let's see. Get text. Okay, so I have the name, the label. I'll have to add that to my constructor here too. String label, name, label, value, rate, the default on and off and automatable. Default value. Put like this. Put like this. No. Default value equals 0.0. No. Equals false. Equals. It's complaining now. Okay. Okay, I think that's going to work. Just have to change it here. Really like that. Need the label. You just have to remember what is the difference about label and name. guess we have to test because I really don't remember. Sorry. It's not going to use it. Oh. Name, label, value, maximum range already there. Default value on and off, automatable. Name, label, value. Let me see if I did something wrong here. Name, label. Well, seems to be everything in there. Label, value. Oh, comma. Okay. Let's see if this works right. No, a lot of it works already. Warning. Let me check something else, man. Ah, yes, this is going to be a problem. So let's use the value here instead. Just to avoid problems. And then there's a error. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that's okay. Where's the error? Ah, yeah, we can do this in here, sorry. I forgot to remove it. Because I copied and pasted. Okay, we have our parameters ready. We just have to check a few things out here. Return default value. String value. There's another one missing, the return one. Okay, return. There we go. So we have the parameters set up. So let me try to load these. Let's see if Reaper can load this. Yeah, I know. I'm using the free version. I do have a license actually. They sent me one, but never bothered to license it because I don't use it very much. I use my own sequencer, so there you go. Crap. Ah, there's a lot of crap there. Let's see if it picks up my baby plugin. Come on, code. It's so boring. Oh, it takes so long. Okay. I have my VSTI, Wusik ZR, hello world. Let's take a look at the parameters list. I don't remember where I checked the parameters, to be honest. I totally forgot. Not a problem. I can just go There's another way. Wait a minute. Let me see if I'm adding the parameters here correctly. Yes, I am. So as editor, return false. That way I can use another guy if I don't find it on Reaper. So Wusik ZR is showing nothing. Like 0 parameters. That's not good. So it's clearly not doing what I'm expecting it to do. So, okay, let's see. 1 minute. Come on. How do I change it? I don't remember now. I'm going to complain. How do I make this crap? Because it's not working there. Let me see if I'm creating the correct way of handling parameters. Program, I'm in 3 parameters. Use parameter. Yeah, that's pretty much correct. Well, the best way to check if that's really working is before we return that. We call the bug and see if it's actually being called. It's not being called. I have to check why. Maybe I have to use override. I forgot that. Now that I'm thinking. Let me put back my editor. Crap. Yeah. Okay, so sometimes I get stuck with this simple stuff. I need to do this. Override. Now it's working. Okay. Bad really. Hey, why it's fading? Come on. Let me check something out. What is expecting? I don't remember. This is the boring part of programming, especially when things are not very well documented. Maybe there is some place on the JUCE website that talks about this, but I didn't find it. But I don't like to talk about this anymore because I already did 2 videos, but I have some issues with learning new stuff, and sometimes things are very simple and don't understand. See here is an old code what it is expecting. Audio processing parameters. Okay, so it does expect that. But expecting an array. Okay, an array that's already created. Oh, I think I know what it is. Okay, so I have my parameters here. This is an array. Get. No, not that. I have to return the owner array itself. How do I do that? I have never done this before. This is why I'm getting stuck on this. Crap. On an array, all the processor parameters. Okay. So from what I understand, I have to cast this, but how the heck do I do that? That's just weird. Okay, what's going on now? No, why are you doing that? Search for this one. Okay. No, that's not correct. That's really not good. Okay, that's correct. Come on. I know how to do this, but somehow I'm failing at it. And the weirdest, that's not correct. It's not even right. Just going to compile for the sake. Yeah. It's missing one here. there's not a write class menu. How it doesn't? Wait. Let me check again. That's the audio processor. Oh, it's not a virtual class. What the heck's going on? Huh. It's just to make me go nuts. No problem. No, it's not like that. It's a constant. I don't get this. I really don't. How I'm supposed to use that? Okay, I see it now. I've never seen this like this. This audio processor is no. Problems that still keeps crapping about my conversion. I keep forgetting how to do this. I think it's like that. Okay. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Sometimes my brain goes nuts. Jesus. Multiple read. Why? Different specification. Come on, man. What's wrong with you? That doesn't make any sense to me. Really doesn't. Yeah, of course it's not going to work. Okay, for the sake of my own sanity and don't spend the whole afternoon, I'm going to check on the JUCE forum about this. Maybe I'm not the only one to get stuck on this. And no one's talking about it, so I guess I'm just dumb. wrapping code is very simple. Audio processors formats. Where is it? I'm not going to say that word. Audio processors format. Audio processors format types. JUCE legacy audio parameter. JUCE legacy audio parameter. What in heaven's name is this shit now? And then, come on, guy. And they say it's easy. What the hell should I do then? I hate this. I really hate this. What an ass. Well, again, I'm sorry if I'm going slow on this, but you have to understand, it wasn't me that changed this. It was JUCE's guys, and I think it's awesome. I hate it. I really do. Could use the old format, but the problem is that they're going to be removing, if they haven't removed it already from the latest version. So if someone watches the video, is going to get stuck on that, and that's just crazy. So that's why I'm upset. I'm going to eat something, see if I calm down. The old way was very easy to use. Come on, why complicate it so much? They say everything's in here, but there's not a single example of how to use it. That's just sad. Here in the processor, have these. It's not being called. I don't get it. I really don't. Let me check the examples again. Maybe there's something there that I'm not seeing for some reason. That sucks. Let me check the latest I have here. And even the new examples are a bit strange. They're just a single file now. So it's hard to understand a few things. There's no parameters in here. That's just weird. There's a synthesizer here, start all stuff, everything's in here. Ah, here we have something. Jesus. It's not good. This is ugly as hell. I'm sorry, but I'm really upset with these guys. I created something so complex. Oh, I can use the add parameter. Maybe it's going to work, but I'm still impressed. Okay. Included all this crap. So I have my parameters here. Let me see what they are all about. The problem is that they have put the parameters outside of the program now. And that's even earlier. Why change things when they are working so great? Oh, it's bad there. No, it's not. It's ugly. Very, very ugly. There we go, add parameter. Why it's not... I have multiple programs in here. That's not showing. Oh, sorry. Duh. I'm starting to get tired. I will calm down. No problem. I will succeed. Die trying. The only thing I'm not sure how I'm going to handle is the programming side of things. But let me test. If this is working, at least I have some starting points to worry about. And then I'm going to put things in a different way. Let's see if this at least loads up. Where's Reaper? What's going on? weird. Wow, it's high crashing here. So bad. Okay. I'm doing something wrong. Jesus. Why? No. Oh, there is a call here. How do I call that? Where is it? Forget it. It's wrong. That's not good. It's really not good. Okay, I understand what they want me to do, but oh, that's so weird. Let's use something different here. I can see. Interesting. They created everything, so I have to use what they have created. I can't create on my own. Oh man. Okay guys, this just sucks. I'm going to rethink this whole thing because apparently they are forcing me to use what they created. That's okay, I guess. No, it's not. I guess we continue tomorrow. I'm going to redo all the parameters because it's clear that they already created a system where they have different types of parameters. You can see here parameter choice and other parameters too. Here they have the parameter float, choice, ball, which is on and off. So they already created this, and I guess I'm forced to use this, which is just not even going to say it, but because it's going to confuse my whole programming and presets. Of course, when you have just one program, it's okay, this works. But when you have 128 programs or more, this doesn't work. So that's why I'm so upset. They shouldn't change it the way they change. But I see that they have a parameters tree too. So maybe I have to use the parameters tree in conjunction with this thing. So no, it's not showing here, but if I do it in here, it shows up. Okay, this is scrap, and this is scrap too. I have to redo the whole thing. Add the parameter group. So I have to check if it's not this I have to use for the programs. Something like that. I have to check more. And then I'm going to do a tutorial how to do this on the next video. Because now I got a headache. I'm sad. I'm sorry. But yeah, maybe I'm going to try to continue this. Let me get just more water. Let me put a message here on the screen. Duplicate this guy here. And just a minute, let me put something in here. So, very simple. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Background. Where's the size of the text? Here. There. I'm not giving up today. I just want to get some water. I'm gonna get some water and aspirin and wash my face. All right. So, what can we do here? Eat some crap. That's chocolate, by the way. Okay, let me focus on these. Where are my other windows? Where is it? Oh, here. I'm going to try something here. I hate too many windows messing up my view. Let's see if I can at least get one parameter to work. Then I'm going to be a happy camper. Ah, there we go. So it works. Ah. Okay, but what if I want a group of parameters? How does this work? I was looking at this guy. Interesting piece of crap. Well, I guess I'm on my own. So impressive. I really want to know. But I will survive. A parameter group. Audio processor parameter groups. Processor parameter group. Okay. I get somewhere. Oh, there it goes. No default constructor for class. So I have to create a class derived from this crap. What the hell? This is weird. Variables are only by an outputs group, but we need to keep them managed. Variables are repopulated to maintain backwards compatibility. It's interesting. This is so weird. Okay. I see. There are constructors. I just didn't notice. Zero would be subgroup separator. No. I don't think that's the correct usage, but let's try something. Child, I can. Well, okay, we'll have a group, but what the heck? I don't know if that's the right way to do it. I'm a child of the group. Oh, come on. Okay, well. Doesn't make much sense, this out. It's not a big deal. So when I add a parameter, I add a child. That kind of makes sense. So I add these, add parameter group, I'm adding the initial group here, or not permanently. What gives? No. It's not parents group. Okay, so the pointer. It's not like that. Interesting. I don't get how they want to use this. It doesn't make much sense. There's not many examples of multiple programs. Only they have parameters, but maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way. I don't mind filling the programs from the parameters myself, but clearly they have something in mind here, so I try to understand what they want. There is not much information from what I see. Piece of crap. I hate when people change things up and don't explain exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. It really breaks things up. Okay, I'm back. So, okay, sorry for the ranting and for me getting stuck, but I'm trying to understand what JUCE, in this case, Roly and JUCE, changed this and what they're expecting me to use about it. So I guess the easy way is just to use the parameters here, add all the parameters I want. But what about programs and presets? So I'm trying to use this parameters group, but I'm failing to understand it. I want to create a group. I have to create multiple groups. What's on that? Why it's so hard to understand? Okay, so I can add a new one. What's that again? Pointer. STD pointer. Don't use that a lot. Honestly, I don't really like it. Let's complain about my new. How do I go creating it then? That's strange. Expecting. Why it's not accepting? So I'm trying to use this declaration, which I don't usually do. Into groups. The deleted function, but I guess I need to learn more. Hey, I will figure something out, don't worry. Ooh, I never used this crap before. Like, use something so. I find this ugly as hell. What to do? I don't know. Look how the. Come on. How do I accept anything but? Yeah, I was thinking about that, but that doesn't make any sense. It's just weird. Go figure. Yeah, exception throw, of course. Is a pointer, the parameter? Okay. Why can I create a new one? Oh, here I can. Now it's complaining again. So how should I do this? Oh, come on, man. Oh, that's something very strange here. Take a look again. Of course, I can get the parameters, but I want to create a new group. How the heck do I create a new one? I never used this kind of coding before. It's my first time. I'm a virgin. Because I always use a scoped pointer. It's much easier to handle. There's not a single example here. Wait a minute, there's one example here. Oh, making unique. I have to use that instead, but why create a new thing? Okay, I found it. My mistake. It's something I never used before, so that's why I got so stuck. Let's see this piece of crap. I noticed that they are using a lot this std unit pointer thing, but I never really use it. And the auto, I don't use auto as well. Okay. Make unique. What? This is ugly. Oh yeah, okay. This here needs more stuff. Not correct. Or not. Oh, come on, guy. What's wrong? Doesn't match. Okay. Yeah, okay, you know, it's the name, the ID, and the separator, okay. Jesus. Even the master fails sometimes. Okay, there it is. So, okay, I have one group there that I created. I want to create the second group. Let's see if it's going to scream. I put names, 2 names, just to see what happens. But where the heck do I define which program variable is being used? That's the question. See? Okay, but I use the same ID here with another ID. I don't mind learning new stuff. It's just that not today. Today I just wanted to code. See, it's not working. A piece of crap. So what is this group all about? We have a setter parameter and get parameter 3. But what the hell is the 3? Okay, I just had a drop in power here, but it seems to be still streaming. No dropped frames at least, but man, it dropped them. It even turned off my monitor. Okay, I have the add parameter group, fine. But I can see that it's doing nothing with the input names I'm doing. I'm putting different IDs. Not showing, okay. But, that's not right. What's this about? I don't mind creating another structure just to hold all the values and just copy it here, but if they created this, I guess they thought about presets in programs or groups or whatever they call, but I'm failing to understand because you have the value tree state. How do I add more groups to it? Huh. Group 1, group 2, group 1, group 2. I'm just copying from there just in case this is the right way to do it. This is so messed up. And where is this tree being used? Because this class contains this entire state. Nice, but how do I use it? I tried your example here, but it sucks so bad. Create parameter layout. Oh, bloody hell. What are you talking about now? This APVTS doesn't even exist. Come on. Where are you? I have two group of parameters, but which one's being used? Huh? This is crap, man. Total crap. Let's go to the internets. What a mess. Yeah, other people are complaining, not just me. No, no, no. Impressive. I'm probably overlooking something. I don't know. Okay, so it looks like they never really created this. That's just lame. Huh. Okay. Okay, let me step back a bit on this and think. We have the parameters, which are called on the constructor. The parameter group is not for programs and presets like I was hoping it was. So if I want to have multiple presets and programs, I have to create on my own, I guess. I didn't find anything. Just so I don't reinvent the wheel, let me check again. Presets, so let me show to you guys what I'm searching. So order by last post. So there is a talk about using these three views to create, but it's just dumb. It's just to create an XML file. It's not really handling anything else because these are already know how to do it. That's not the problem. Because the set information and get information, set state information, get state information. I can put anything I want in there in binary and just retrieve as I wanted. But I was hoping for something more direct, I guess. But from what I'm seeing, there's no really easy way. What I heard about a guy talking is that in the constructor of the parameter, so I have my audio processor parameter, instead of value, I have a pointer to the value. In this case, the value itself. This way, it's going to be messy. This is really not good. But, well, it can work. You can have a pointer to the value. Yeah, that's going to work like that. Everything else is the same. Just the value is stored externally. Okay. that can work out. So I also need the programs here. Let me think. Because I'm going to have one list of parameters. Okay, so one list of parameters. I'm going to explain in a minute. Just let me fix this. It's not so hard. And on the programs, I just have the program and an array of floats as values. And then I created as many as I need. So first I created programs, then I created parameters. And I'm going to point the parameters. No, that's not correct. Oh, come on, I don't need a pointer in this case. I'm just going to reconstruct the parameters as the programs change. I think it's just easy. Yeah, that's just easy. So I don't really need. So I'm going to duplicate actually values, but it's not so bad. But at least I have some room here. So okay, let's understand. I'm using the parameters format that is now new to JUCE, and I'm using another structure for the programs. And when you select a new program, I just replace the values on the parameters and everything's fine, or should be. So during the constructor, let me go back. Already replaced it. So first I'm going to create the programs. Let me see here, programs. I use the maximum programs here. It's not going to be so hard. Now, the add parameters is outside programs. Doesn't go there anymore. So on the program, I just have the name of the program and the list of values. Okay. Let's start with 3 values. I'm going to explain in a minute. Okay, let me just finish this up. So I'm going to add all my programs there. Okay. Oh, of course. Sorry. Now I'm just adding the values, and then later I'm going to set. Well, you're going to see. Okay, so I created my values, now I'm going to create my parameters. I'm going to redo this guy here, add a parameter, and now I'm going to add this guy. Name. Oh, sorry, in this case, I'm not going to use that anymore. So the first one is going to be volume, label volume, value 0.0, minimum 3.0, 0, 8, 0.001f, default value 1.0, on and off, false, automated 2, volume, panning, this is 0 and -1, and media channel 116, 1.0, auto, okay. Now I'm going to go through all the programs, and I'm going to copy these parameters as the default values now. So I'm going to go programs, the program itself, and the value. Values is correct. Oh no, sorry, it's not like that. It's forgot that. Forget it. No, it's not like that. No, it's not like that. I can't reach this, or can I? Get parameters. Oh, I can get. So the parameter set value use XB. Yeah, that's going to work. Yeah, media channel is float, but I'm setting the rate as 1, so it's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to see it's going to work pretty well. I think it's right. Add parameter identifier not found. Oh, okay, this is no longer the case. This doesn't exist anymore. Where's my processor name? Wow, that was painful. But it's going to work. I hope so. This is not, there's not much mystery. Okay, volume, setup, and mid channel input. So they are all there. And I can build it without the editor and check on Wusik SK200 2000. Let me test this out. Editor false. I'm going to test with Wusik P2000 because it has a nice option of not displaying the interface and showing the presets list instead. So this is another project I created. If you don't know, you can check on my site. It's a chainer, bridge, and image processing tool. Very handy. This station always takes so much to load. It's impressive. All these errors are not my program, are the plugins complaining about something, but strangely they work. Go figure. Let me check here. Okay, stereo, volume, stereo panning, and channel input. So now I have to change it because where is it? There. Here. Get text. If rate goes 1.0, return string int the value. This is just some small things that you need to worry about. Get value for text. This one I still don't understand what it's all about, but I guess at one time we will see this and understand. Okay, 0 and 1. That's correct. That's what I wanted. But the correct thing is it's not that. That's not correct actually. Here. All the values should go from 0 to 1 instead and be translated, because the plugins VST, VST2, 3, they only take 0 to 1. So you have to translate. Let me rephrase this. So -1, okay. So the default value here is 0.5. In case for the MIDI channel is 1.0f divided by 6.0f. And I'm going to use the default value as the initial value, so I don't have to always type twice. Makes sense for me at least. So this doesn't require anymore. No, I neither do this, neither do this. Okay, so what I'm changing here, I'm just making it easier to see the rate. Okay. Let's see if I can explain now. We have the parameter, we have the name of the parameter, the label, the value, minimum and maximum, the rate. If rate is 1, the value is going to jump from 0, 1, 2, 3, on and off, automatable. Sorry. And let's see. The default value is going to be the initial value I insert here. So that's good. And when rate is 1, I'm going to show the text as an int instead of a float. And it's always nice to put here on the end tool before on and off another option. Int this decimals equals 2. So you can select how many decimals you want to show in the number. let me ask you something. How is the audio quality? Is the typing getting too loud because the microphone is here, very close to the keyboard? I don't know. But right now I can't change that much, but anyway. So okay, we have the correct values now. Maybe the initial value I could put in here like what I want it to be internally, so it's easier to see. Yeah, there's the AC and the 2 aquariums pump working, and I also have some CO2 on the aquariums running, which makes some noise. There are 2 lamps. All the speakers are very close to the microphone too, so it could be that too. So let me translate the value now. So it's minimum, no, it's the maximum minus the minimum. So minus the minimum, 1 point. I think it's 1.0 divided times the value. I think that's it. Math sometimes it's a bit hard for me to understand, but I try. Funny, a programmer who's not very good at math. But I'm not, I'm really not. I think the value is correct. Now, we have to convert the value when displaying on the screen. There's no such option. Number of decimal places. Okay. I'm going to explain in a minute. I just want to quickly test this out. Of course. So, okay, let's see. Volume 0 to 1, okay. Only channel is not working. Neither is stereo panning. The values are correct actually, but let me rethink my math. Because what I have here is numbers that go from minimum to maximum. equals 0 to 1. I have to translate. So I just divided 1. That doesn't sound right. Let me think here. So -1, it's the minimum. So 1 minus, where is the sign change? Oh, it's 2, okay. 1 divided by 2, 0.5. Maybe I just should make it, oh, I forgot the else here. I'm just going to do the lazy thing and create it. 1 for when it's stereo panning. It's just easy. So I have to get the value. Put 0 minus 1.0. Okay, that works. It's not 1 divided because I don't want. Yeah, that should work. So what I'm trying to do, I have to translate when the values, because they come as 0.0 to 1.0, but I want to translate to -1 to +1 for the stereo panning, and 1 to 16 for the media channel. So, okay, rate 1.0 is when we have an int value. So it jumps from 0, 1 to 3. It has no decimal. So I'm just using the maximum minus minimum. On this case, it's going to be 15. I have to add something here. Minus minimum. Okay, that should do it. I'll put on the wrong place. What I'm doing. Okay. So it's minimum 16 minus 1 is 15 times the value, then convert to the int plus the minimum. Okay, that's going to work. It's just a formula. Actually, I don't think we need this, because if I have done this right, it's going to work for the stereo panning too. Let me test. But the math looks correct. Let me change this. Auto open editor. 1 click less. MIDI channel 16. What's reversed? I did something wrong. It's reversed. Okay. And stereo panning is not working. Okay. Why is it reversed? Maximum minus minimum plus multiplied by the fraction value. Yeah. Why is it reversed? Oh, come on. It was minimum. Minimum is 1. You gotta love math and logic. So maximum Let me see if I didn't put this in the wrong way. Let's see. Reading. Value 1, minimum 16. Oh, I did put it wrong. Minimum 1. It's because I changed it. I changed a few things up. Minimum -1, maximum 1. Okay. So Git should work now. Can't believe I lost 2 hours fighting with the framework. I hate that. See, it jumps from there's something weird here happening, but it seems to be working. This Wusik P2000 is getting stuck. It's getting stuck. Why is it getting stuck? Seems to be working. Okay, something else. I know what it is. It's going into idle mode. My fault. But okay, it's almost working. Just the stereo one is not working. Let's try to see why. So we have here 1.0 is the one I want. Minimum -1, maximum 1. So well, just the reverse I'm not getting right. The reverse value. Because let me think again. So maximum is 1, minimum is 1. So it's 1 divided by 2, 0.5 times 0.5 minus. No, that's not correct. Yeah, that's totally wrong. So maybe just for stereo panning, I'm just going to hack this up. Because for the stereo panning, it's actually very simple. You just get the value divided by 2.0 times 0.-1.5. Sorry, multiply. What's up? What? What did I do wrong now? I did something here. There's something here. Never mind. Crazy time with Willy. Willy nilly. Crazy time. I'm pretty sure my math there is not totally correct, but who cares? Okay, it's 1, 0 is center, -1. which you could translate to left and right or something like that, but not right now. I'm not going to bother about that. Okay, so what I have done here, I created my parameter class. So I called this Wusik ZR parameter, and I made it public using the audio processor parameter, which is what JUCE expects me to use. I can't really change much on that aspect. And they do supply some options for creating the parameters like on and off, list, and stuff like that. But I don't want to use that. I want to use my own things. I like to recreate the wheel when I can, because that way I have control, and I know if I mess something up, I'm the only one to blame. And that happens a lot. So there we go. So I created my audio parameter, and I'm checking here if the minimum and maximum are like a panning, so -1 and 1. Convert the parameters to 0 and 1 just by getting the parameter +1 and divided by 2. Otherwise, I use the maximum and the minimum values to really find what is the value that I'm looking for. I think that's correct. If not, later on I'm going to have more chances to test it. So I have to create a get value, which is I just returned the value that I have internally. There is a set value option, which also just sets the value. Get default value, which uses the default value that is initially set on the constructor, and everything else is very self-explanatory. The get text is where it really gets converted to something more useful on the screen. I could use for a panning, like instead of -1 and 1, I could use right 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, and left 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. And for volume, I could use a decibel instead of just the value. So we're going to add here another option. Ball is decibels. So I can show decibels value instead. That's more useful. Oh, no, it's not there. Oh, it's decimals. So let me add this there. Is it somewhere? Oh, it's not here, it's there already. So, okay, done and done. So I have created that, and then I have created my program class. The program class is just simple. It has the name of the program and an array of float values, which are the values for each thing on the program. And if I require something that is not a float and can't be converted to float, like I don't know, a list of stuff, some other type of stuff, I can just add it here and have it be handled in some other way. So I'm not going to worry about this now, but I could use just a memory block here and add some binary stuff and have that saved with the program. So now we have to worry about another thing here, is that constructing the program in the constructor of the plugin. So when the plugin starts, we create all the programs. In this case, we have 128 programs that are created with init name. later on, I'm just going to get a program bank in one file and just have that placed on top of everything after this constructor, because this has to be done so it created the tables. And for each program, we add the values from the maximum values that right now is just 3. So after that's done, we add the parameters, and after that is done, we get the default values from the parameters to all the programs. So we just do that one time. I guess we could add the parameters first. Yeah, that's better. We're just going to add the parameters first, and then going to get the default values as we add here. So instead of adding a number, we're going to get a parameter, get value, there. So we create first the parameters, and all the programs are going to use the values that are set as default in the parameters. That's pretty handy. We even can get the default value just to make it more clear in case we change the default value against the initial value. So that's it. We have all now the programs and the parameters classes set, so we can start moving to the other aspects of the plugin. First, I'm going to create another value here, current program. Very simple. And I'm going to set this as 0. So the first program is always going to be 0. And on the get current program, I'm going to send the current program variable. And set current program equals index. And now we do the magic. We copy from the programs list the value to all the parameters. So it's going to be programs, current program, the values, the current programs values. It's not like that, sorry. I'm making it inversed. So we check the parameters, set value. Now get from the programs. There. So when a program is changed, it's going to change the current program value and sets the parameters values from the program. Also, current program name. If that's not very clear, just let me know and I will try to explain a bit better. But now we have to change. Oh, sorry, get program name index. Sorry, I put it wrong. Set current program index. That's correct. And get program name index returns the index program name. Change program name index. New name. Yeah, that's almost ready. Now, I'm using the owner array. Usually, from what I understand, it already clears when you exit program, but I don't know. Just for case, I'm clearing both here on the destructor. The nice thing about the JUCE is if I go here on the debug and open the program, it warns me about errors or things that I have done wrong. So here, what do you have here? you must make an editor at all. That's okay, because using the standalone program, it must have an editor. But let's close it and see if it complains about anything. No, because let me remove this and see what happens if it complains about leaked memory. Because I have seen that happening, and initially I was thinking, well, doesn't it clears already the memory? So I'm just going to leave it there, just in case. But I'm using the declare leak detector here, which should already take care of a few things. Anyway, so now you have the program, the parameters, and the program already in place. And this is very easy to test, actually. So let me compile again in release mode. I'm going to open Wusik P2000, which allows me to change the programs. So let's see, I have program 1 and program 2. Let me put this on the side here. So program 2, I'm going to make a few changes in here and there. I have to place something. I go to program 1. And it's not updating. So, that's a good question. Oh, it does update, but I have to move the mouse over. It didn't update it. Weird. Oh, I didn't create an option to rename the presets, but let me try to just name them in the construction instead. So I'm just going to like this program 0, name equals Wusik ZR welcome, and program 1 just this, just so we can see two programs named there at least. Just have to check why it's not updated. Maybe it's my code here on it. I'm going to add another one here. Add Wusik station. So it played something and keep the audio processing happening. My mistake. I have to improve this. I will eventually. So we have Wusik ZR here. Welcome base int and 1. Okay, so that's correct. But it's not updating until I move my mouse over, and it's not even updating correctly, so I have to check why. But I think I know what it is. Because of course I have to copy the values. Set current program. I have to first copy the values to the program from the parameters. So value equals, I forgot that. So when a program is changed, values xv equals current program of course set x, because I can't do like that. So when a program is changed, first I copy the current state from the parameters to the current program, and then I can copy the new selected program to the parameters. Yeah, that's going to work. Just a small errata. And I don't even need to do much here. Okay. Yeah, that's working. It's just Wusik P2000 is not refreshing the list correctly, but at least it's working. Yeah. Now there is a problem that I already noticed is my values are not translating correctly. My math here is not totally correct. For the panning, it's correct. In the case of let me think it is here. In the case of lead channels, I'm doing 16 minus 1. 16 minus 16 minus 1 is 15. 1 divided by 15 times 1 and 1. My math is not correct. Of course. So this times 15. 1. Why 1? Math can be sucky sometimes. Come on, math magic. I will figure something out. This is not the most important aspect, but I will fix this. So okay, you have the parameters, the programs. So we change the program, get program name, change program name. Now we have to worry about get state information. And that's a bit of a pain to do, but it's not so bad. There are several ways to do, but what JUCE expects, and also what the plugin host expects, is just raw binary data. So it expects a bunch of binary data and the size of the data, and it will return it true. Like you can see here, it return the size in bytes and just a void data. So what we need to store? We need to store all the program information in there. It's not so hard. It's just the ways you can do this. This can be a bit different because let's say I do a lot of changes on the plugin, and the resulting data can be hard to understand if I do a lot of changes. So the best practice is to use an XML format and just convert to binary data and send that to the host. And when it sends you back, it's an XML file, and you just open up and start processing from there. So for that, we can use a proprietary file, but not exactly that. Let me check how I did on Wusik X42. Let me show to you. I'm not going to copy from there, I'm just going to check how I did it. There's no shame in that. Okay, in this case, I did a very simple thing. I just created a zip data instead of XML file, which is actually much better if you think about it. we can use that. It's much better, I guess. So I didn't zip in this case, if I look correctly, but it can be zipped if I want. So just let's create a memory output string. Memory output string. And I'm going to use the destination data as our base file. You don't need to worry about the existing context, it can be just erased. So what I'm going to do is first write a string Wusik ZR, and I'm going to write a byte for the version 1. Version 1. And this is not the version of the plugin, it is the version of the stage information, which will not change that much over time. Right now, as I code the plugin, I'm not going to be using another version for every time I do something and change something, because we are very far from beta testing this, so doesn't have to worry. But just for the sake of keeping things more real, I'm going to use an integer for the version, so we can have a lot of versions. Now I have to write the programs. So I'm going to have to go through all the programs and write each program there. So I can write how many parameters are going to be and how many programs. So first, let's write the number of programs. Which is 64 integer. Well, no, that's overkill. No need. But it's going to be using a 64 anyway, I think. I don't remember if int is 32 bits or 64 bits. It's 32 bits. It's more than enough. And the same goes for the number of parameters, because it needs to write this information so we know what we're looking for. But we don't really need it, because we have the version number, but just in case. We have the Wusik ZR, and now start writing the details of each program. So programs XP name. We have to write the program name. And after that, start writing the values. If you have any other of extra binary data, we can write it here or after the actual values. Doesn't matter. Values, that's V. Oh, it's the float already. So just write float. So that's pretty much it. We don't need a lot of control here, because we know which version it is. We know how many programs, how many values, and everything. Everything else is set in stone, so it doesn't matter too much. If I remember something, I'm going to add in here later on, but that should already give us something to start. Now, on the set state information, we have to decompress this. So instead of output stream, we're going to use a memory input stream. And in this case, we're going to use data. Let me see if I can data sort size. Yeah, size in bytes. Keep internal copy of data. No need. Because there's already a clock in the host which is sending to us, so there is no really need for that. Now we start reading. Read string. Wusik ZR. Oops, it's not that. Sorry. Compare. So if the string is correct, we process. Otherwise, we can show an error message. Now, what I like to do is create some small helpers like message box, Wusik message box, title message. So I can use the alert window, show message box, alert window, no icon. I'm just going to create a very small macro. Default define. Sorry, I'm getting tired. I'm going to stop in a minute because it's starting to be a bit overwhelming. Because I'm not just coding, I'm talking, thinking, and it takes a bit of extra energy for that. I already ate half a bar of chocolate. But it's good. I'm finding this very fun to do. Tomorrow I'm going to do some more. So okay, I created just a little macro. Error loading. State information. Warning. I think that's a fair warning. Now, int version equals. I'm going to read the version number. Read integer. And X programs. X values. So now we start decompressing this guy. Oh, another thing I have to add here, I forgot. See, well, I forgot something. The current program. What else? I think that's it, the current program. So now, read string. X programs, X values. I think that's going to work. Float. So now we're decompressing the values. I can use that set because it's an array, so it doesn't allow that. So okay, we have created a binary blob here using the memory block, which is a JUCE class. It's a very handy one. And using the memory output string to send to the memory block all this information as binary, and we are reading it back here. And on the end, set current program equals set current program. And then we change the program so it refreshes everything up. Ouch, that's a lot of coding. So that should work already. So we should have now a state information which is going to be saved by the host. Let's test it out in Reaper. Compile it, going to open Reaper. Yeah, that's handy. I'm going to go to the two programs and change them. everything 1 is 1, 1, and 2, which is wrong, by the way. But that's okay, it's not a problem. Just for testing now. Save project. Init, okay, that's correct. That's correct. That's not so much. And I know why. Because when it calls the get state information, we have to copy the values. So instead of redoing the code here, just going to go set current program. Oh, sorry. Set current program. So this way it refreshes the internal programs values with the current ones on the screen. So let's see if that works out. Each one is the one I was doing. So let me put everything here in an order that I can really see that's showing correctly. Okay, so I'm going to leave there, save project, new project. Let's see if it works now correctly. Yeah, that's correct. Let's see if it saves the state of the current on-screen project. Ah, come on. I can use just keyboard shortcuts, I guess. I'm lazy. Okay, didn't save the correct one. So there's still a problem in here. Let me try again. Save it. No, not there. Save project, new project. Yeah, it's not saving. Only when I change the parameters. So why is it doing that? Let me think. It could be that it checks that the program is the same and it doesn't change. So I'm just going to copy this there, which is going to refresh. And I'm also going to copy this there because maybe the state here is not going to call correctly. Yeah, I don't have to really do it like this. I can do like this. Okay. Now it's going to work. So, okay. Let me try this guy again. There we go. All good now. And it doesn't like when you select the same program, just ignores. So it's not good to call that set current program. It's not helping. So okay, we have the programs working. The programs working. What did I do here? Hey, what happened? Oh, reset factory default. Nasty. Bad Reaper. Sorry. Yeah, it's working. So, okay, kids, what have you learned today? That sometimes it's not easy to learn new stuff. Yeah, I know. and sometimes really gets tired and grumpy. And sometimes my fish behave badly when I'm recording live stream. Why did you guys behave so badly? What's going on? Let me pump some air here. I'm using my own do-it-yourself CO2 for the aquariums. It seems to be working very well. Okay, any questions? No. No, the preset management is the first thing, because from here now, everything starts connecting. Otherwise it's just a mess of wires in your hand. At least that's what I do first. So now you have a preset management, the parameter management, and you can just start adding things now. So what are going to be adding next? I'm going to start the oscillator, which is going to read from a wavetable, and then the envelope, and then I could start working like that. And since I have all my values that are really needed, like the volume, for instance, I can just access that directly. I don't have to go to the parameters of the JUCE code. No, I just go to my own list of values, which is on this variable here, on the various programs, and I just access that directly, so I can create a pointer to that. Because from the moment the program starts, these cannot be changed. You cannot add things to there anymore. We will see as we progress along. There's a lot of work ahead, and I do mean a lot of work ahead. So the first thing I can do this is on the program. So let me create an array, a copy of this array here. So it's going to be a float. Values list, something very simple. Both values list. And here on the top, after everything is done, equals the current program. Simple as that. But I have to get the So what happens now is that I can no longer change my values database. So there's a few problems here. First, on the state information here, set state information, I'm just replacing the values here, of course. So maybe the maximum programs, the maximum values should not really be writing there, because I'm going to explain. I'm going to remove that because that's not good. Because this cannot change after the plugin is started. So if you load an old bank, the code must check that's an old bank and translate instead of just loading on top of the whole code. But then again, no, I'm going to leave it like that because it's always going to be smaller than what the current code is, and its translation can be done later if required. So it's going to be good. It's going to work. Yeah, that's correct. So I don't know if that makes any sense or not. But at least now I have the values list, which is a pointer to the list of floats of the current program. And every time the program changes, so let's see, set current program, I have to change that value again. And also when the state information is changed, I have to change that value again. and it's safe to change because it's not going to be a problem. I'm not using any multi-core processing here, so, and I'm not going to use. So it's good. So yeah, I think that's it. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'm going to think a bit more here. What else we can talk about? The parameters here, my conversion is still not correct. I have to rethink the math here because I have to create two maths here. The input and the output. The output. So the input, let's say you have a number from 999 and it has to be converted to 0 to 1. And the output is the opposite, is 0 to 1. Okay. And it has to be output 999 to 999, which is actually input equals minimum to maximum equals 0 to 1.0, and the output equals 0.0 to 1.0 equals minimum to maximum. So this is the math I have to figure it out. So if you have any idea, please do share, because sometimes the easiest things slips through my mind, especially on a Saturday evening, because for me here is nearly 7 p.m. and I'm already a bit tired. But that's just me. I get tired very fast. And because the input is going to be the input value, the output is going to be the get text value. So that's it. Just to make things more easy, because soon we're going to have a lot of parameters. That's why I'm doing this first, because soon this is going to be a very long list of parameters, because we're going to have the envelope, the oscillators for each wavetable, and other crap. So you can only imagine how many parameters are going to be in the final version. Another thing I was thinking, maybe parameters, program is going to be set in stone, but maybe parameters can be a variable that I set up like this. Max, hey, what have I pressed? Max parameters. So I can go like this. Hey, why it's complaining? I just created a variable. Is it there? Oh no, it's not there. Silly me. Now it's there. So I'm just going to use that instead. That should work better. Because as I add more parameters, this list is going to change. I can even create a macro here to help me out. Let's say something like this, just to make it easy for me to to add parameters as I go. Oh yeah, I know what's the problem. How to create a macro that can have any number of I forgot the name. Because I don't want to create like this. Is there a way to create in a clever way? I'm going to research on this because this can really be much more helpful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 4 parameters, 5 parameters. But this is just stupid. There must be a better way to create this. Yeah. Because this way, I just adding parameters. It's just, for me at least, it's easier to see. It's more organized. But who knows? Maybe not for anybody else. But that's just how I like to do things. Create macros to help me out. Then I have to figure out the math for this input and output. What else? I'll have to also to fix the decibels. So if is decibels, there is a function in JUCE that converts to decibels. I don't remember. I think this is the one. Yeah, that's the one. Decibels to gain to string. To string. Type decibels. Converts a decibel reading to a string. So I have to do, actually I have to do 2 things. Type decibels. How do I use this? Convert this was the reading to a string. Not sure if I understand. Gain to decibels. So I have to use this. Value. Everything else is the same. Okay. Yeah, that's nice. So I can also do a few things in here, like add parameter decibel, or just dB. dB is nicer. Source parameter minimum, maximum. Something like this. That way, you should also already get the result. Yeah, okay, I think that's it. Now I can fire up Reaper. We already have a project, and I have the volume here. Minus infinite and 0. That's nice. Just padding is not working correctly yet. I will figure something out. Yeah, actually, it is working correctly, but I don't want to show -1 and 1. I could add another option here like this pen. It's a bit silly, but another float here. Oh, sorry. So if you start panning, let's do the reading in another way. Usually what I like to do for panning values is to return the value, let's say here, if value equals is lower than 0.1 and value is higher than 0.1. No, not 0.1, 0.984, let's say. 94. Return center. Else, if value is lower than 0.0, it's negative. It's negative, so we're going to get the value is 1.0 f divided by 2. So now I have from 0 to 1 times 9, 0, and use left plus string of int. That's one crazy thing. Or else return right of divided by 2 times 9. I think that's correct. It looks good. So we have a panning value of the center, and I know, maybe I think, oh, why do this now? Oh, I forgot to define this as panning. My mistake. Panning. This was false pannings too. Think about it. There are a few things here that we don't need. Let's say here we have the name, the label, the value. Minimum for decibels is always 0 and 1. So we don't have parameters 4 and 5. And the same thing here. It's minus 1 and 1. Okay. Yeah. That should work better. I did something wrong. Let me check again my math. If values equals, oh, of course, 0.06. No, 0.4. Yeah, that's correct. Because it's near center. Ah, I forgot. It's 0.5. 0.5 is center. So 51 and 49. Because it goes from 0 to 1. So 0.5 is center. Nah, now it's more like it. I'm still not getting right. What am I doing? Oh, minus. Please. I forgot minus. Never mind. Okay. Still not doing what I want. Yes, of course. The center is doing correctly. Ah, of course. Of course. Sorry. So it's the value. So it's 0 to 0.5. So it's value minus 0.5. No, this value times 2 minus 1. Otherwise, it's the value times 2 minus 1. Let me think. 0.5 times 2 minus 1. Going to be 0 to 1. There's no minus 1 here. And the same thing here is minus 0.5. Now it's times 2. Jesus. Yeah, that's correct. Just some small stuff, but it's not so hard to understand, I hope. Now I get some L0 center. Oh, you have to invert the value here too, from the negative. Invert is actually easy. It's 1.5 minus the value that inverts the value. Oops. Oops. What's going on? Yeah, please. Okay. Crap. What did I do wrong? Oh, it's not 1. It's 0.5 minus the value. Oh, it's so small details on the map that really gets on my way sometimes. Now it works. L9 to L0 center, R1 to R9. That's okay. That's just what I wanted. So it looks good. Just the MIDI channel, it's really not working correctly. But I will figure something out. It's not a big deal. 1, 1, 16, 1. What's going wrong here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's something missing here. Oh, it does accept less parameters on the, I'm not going to bother about that. Yeah, programming sometimes it's funky. Okay, the MIDI channel is working too, just not the input conversion is not working correctly. I will figure it out eventually. It's not a big deal. Okay, so from I know you find it strange to start with the parameters in the program presets and things like that, but it's really nice to get this right here, because then after you just start doing things to the engine itself, and it just flows much better. And then I can also release beta versions for you guys to test and really see how it's working, because it's going to be a really quick project. So I really need to get this done right first, and then the other stuff are going to get eventually right too. So yeah, it's going to work. It's going to work out just fine. So I'm going to add the piece here. If it's spanning, span the value here, I'm getting right at least. Let me see, panning. I want it to be center 0. So okay, that math is correct. The only math that's not correct is when it's something else. So let me see if I remember the x. You do an x and convert it 1 divided by auto multiplied. I keep forgetting that. But if I remember, there is a tool. Let me see. G minimum and G max. G translates. No, it's not that. Translate. Use the other string to use. No, it's not that. Because there is a J minimum and J max variables. Yeah, that's the one. JMap. So it's JMap. Remaps the number normalized between 0 and 1 to a tag value. But I want the opposite. But let's use JMap in here. Just so it's easier to code here. Minimum type value is value, minimum and maximum. And integer, because the rate is 1. To be honest, the rate, well, because the rate can be larger than 1. Equals 1. If it's larger than 1, you have to use a module. I have to think the math for the larger than 1 because it's going to happen eventually. Otherwise, it's just the regular rate. Take some Wasser. And here is JMap without the integer. But now I want to see. So JMap. Math functions. Let me see if they have another function for the opposite of the map process. Some core. J min, J maximum, and J map. have to think. I hate thinking. I'm just kidding. So JMap has two constructors. Oh, I can use the reverse. Okay, so value source. Source is minimum and maximum. The target minimum is 0.05. That's the one. Nice. Much better. Can remove all this crap. I don't know if this makes any sense, but it should be that. Now during the construction, I'm setting the decibels once, pairing to 0, and the MIDI channel to 1. So now it should be converting correctly. So let me load another program. I have to reload the plugin because it's, oh, that's not good. What happened, my friend? Why it's crashing? Bloody hell. Well, I have to investigate that. 16, nah, not correct. Check again. Oh, of course. Maybe that's why it's going crazy. Always forgetting something. Ah, that's okay. At least I found it. Why it's crashing now? Nah, let's debug. Minimum and maximum 0 and 1. Why is so bitch about? But at least it converted correctly. Center 1 to 16. But why it was crashing? I can't debug like that, so not good. Weird. I don't know. Something sketchy here. I recompile this. Let's see if I find any pattern. Again. So I'm going to create something. Just creating a small macro. I'm going to put this on the start of my application so I can debug it, because it's crashing right after. Otherwise I have to recheck the whole code. I can do that. I just wonder why it's crashing so soon. So let's go. Ctrl-Alt-P, Reaper. Now it's not going to crash, huh? So crap. You suck. I can add as many as I want. Let's go crazy. piece of crap. Let's unload it. Everything, see if it's going to complain. Nothing. That's weird. I don't like it. That's the fun of programming. Because I only have two structures. Let me check one thing here. I didn't create a destructor here for this array, just in case. Who knows? And here there are nothing here I need to destruct, but just in case.